What's that? All right, okay. So, shall I start speaking? Start producing? Okay. Okay, so hi, I am Dr. Dan Strutt here at Goldsmiths in the Department of Media, Communications and Cultural Studies. And I'm PI on this wider project called Goldsmiths Mocap Streamer. Now, a year ago, we were in this room presenting our own work, but then we got additional funding to bring what we were doing and sort of disperse it throughout the world through this artist resident program. So I'd like to welcome you all, first of all, to this live stream to the Residency Day, which thankfully we didn't create. It was a bunch of gifted artists. But this showcase is the end of a 6-month process, a nice extended period of an artist residency, developing dance work in Metaverse adjacent spaces that respond in some kind of way to ideas of distance or remoteness, both in terms of physical distance but also cultural distance. This artist residency, as I said, was funded by the AHRC, the Arts and Humanities Research Council, under a special call for ideas that address creative economy for sustainable development. And it's presented today in conjunction with Being Human Festival. So for this artist residency, we provided 2 of the Neutom perception neuron motion capture kits that they can keep for their own practice, and we provided training, mentorship, and and many of our own team are also practitioners in this field. So we, that was a nice mentoring relationship. And we built a little community on Discord through our conceptual meetings and ideas sessions, crit sessions, training and feedback sessions, and from our project partners who are listed here, Alexander Whitley Dance Company, Akram Khan Company, and with technical support and supervision from Neutom and from Target 3D, who I especially have to thank for today because they are supporting us in many, many ways to produce this live stream. Today we're going to have 3 sessions of about roughly 1 hour each. In each session there are 2 teams who will present their work created during the 6-month period, a short dance piece. Then we will have a short debate about the process, the research process which was a research goal in itself, not just producing work, but also the experience of creating work at a distance. Please do contribute questions to the Q&A, both in the room here, in the in-person audience, and on the live stream, and I will try and bring them in to the discussion. Of course, in the next room, we also have a built interactive dance installation that those here in the room with me will be able to experience, and we'll also bring some of that onto the live stream in the middle of the session with its creators, Erin Cuevas, who's flown over from LA to join us today, and the choreographer Katie Dale Everett. I would add an important note that this is experimental research. It's an extremely complex technical setup, and it's all happening live. And this means that there may be technical issues. This is expected. This is built into the research. So if you do experience a black screen on the live stream, or if we have a systems crash here, we'll get back up and running as quickly as possible. But just so you know, bear with us. You can look at our website, Mocap Streamer Live, for the schedule of what's happening today. And you'll also find there descriptions of each project and full credits for each piece. There's also information on the wider project, including that of our own team. You can tag at Goldsmiths Mocap Streamer on Instagram, or hashtag the same Goldsmiths Mocap Streamer on Twitter if you're sharing on social media. And I must also say, apologies, we did promise a BSL sign language interpreter for the live stream, but we weren't able to get one after a cancellation at the last minute. So please do use captions on the live stream. I have a short statement to read out from Being Human Festival, which we are part of. This event is part of Being Human Festival, which is taking place across the UK from the 10th and 19th of November. Being Human is the UK's national Festival of the Humanities, run by the School of Advanced Study, University of London, with generous support from the Research England in partnership with Arts and Humanities Research Council and the British Academy. You can find more about the festival and see the full programme of events at beinghumanfestival.org, and the festival can be found at Being Human Fest on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Please help us to keep as many festival events as possible free, and to improve the festival in years to come by taking a moment to fill in a feedback survey, I guess on that website. Your feedback is incredibly valuable. And if you'd like to support the festival by making a donation, please go to beinghumanfestival.org, support us. So thank you. And with that, we will go straight into the first performance of today, and then to question and answer afterwards. Are we good to go with Sufi? Yes, so this first piece is, we're moving through time zones from east to west here, as it's late in the evening in Thailand, and we're moving towards the performances that are coming from Brazil and LA later in the program. So this first piece was created by creative technologist and led by creative technologist Sufi Yama in Bangkok with Pichet Klunchun Dance Company, and we'll go straight into their piece.
that's why I'm like
the creative technologist, Sufiyama, on the screen behind me. And then I will ask them a few questions about the process of working together. I loved how they built a little calibration in mid-performance there. It's very clever thinking. So... Oh, yeah. So, I mean, Pichet Klunchun Dance Company is a highly established, very well-known dance company based in Bangkok, and they seem to have a strong vested interest in developing new digital work. Sufi herself does a lot of machine learning and immersive tech. Hopefully we'll be able to ask them about very soon. And again, I would reiterate, if you have any questions for the artists, you can put it on the live stream. I have my laptop here, and I can pick up, I've got one comment so far. It says, I love all the trailing lights around the bodies so we can see where you have been in space and trace your movements. And she follows up with a question. So we will go to them once we have, oh, it's a little bit dark in Thailand. Yep. Can you hear me in Thailand? We need a little bit more light on you as well. It's very dark. So as you can imagine, this whole project has been working across many time zones with meetings at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, which was about 8 to 9 p.m. for Sufi in Thailand, and about 7 a.m. for those most westerly, far-flung people in LA. So it's been a labor of love. A lot of people have put a lot of time and energy into this. A lot of evenings and early mornings. Ah, look, here we have all the dancers on screen. Can they hear me yet? Great, great. Can we hear them? No. Okay. So just give us 1 second. I feel like turning around and talking to them on the screen, but of course I should face the camera myself. But it's hard to communicate with people behind you. And can we hear you? If you could say something, Sufi? Yeah. And... all right, we can't hear you on the Zoom, Sufi, at the moment. Have you shared audio? I switch the mic on. Yeah, I would just reiterate that we're bringing the images in via Zoom ISO, which is how we've run the whole project, to be honest. We're relying upon Goldsmiths infrastructure, network infrastructure here. It's been a little bit of a struggle the past few days, but so okay, I think we can hear you now. Are we getting audio?
Yes, are you hearing me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Great,
yes,
great. Okay, so I have a few quick questions for you. And then I'll go to the live stream. There's a few questions already on the live stream for you. I mean, I would just start off by asking about the practice of Pichet Klunchun and how it fits with this this motion capture project, and how that led your intention, your concept for the piece.
Yes. Yeah, let me introduce a little my
Of course,
dancer,
introduce your dancers, yes.
From Pichet Gangshin Dance Company, which is Julalak, and then very pleasure to work with them. And yeah, so me personally, I've been working in XR, AR, VR, and storytelling, creative, and art for a while. And during COVID time, we there were a lot of problems that is going on in the art community, because the art community cannot show their work, and especially the dance community. Um, the problem that was big was that museum and theater around the world has been closed for a long time. So I was having this idea about teleporting culture by using VR and AR. And then at the time, the dance company, Pichai Kanchin Dance Company was experimenting with a lot of things. So it's kind of like we met by chance, and then we were doing some mutual experimentation. Then we developed projects together. Um, yes, so I'd like to also have my colleague introduce about the dance company a little, because she's been working here for a long time. So,
okay, hi, can you hear me, everyone?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, my name's Bo, and I've been working with Pichai Kanchin Dance Company for a while. So I would like to introduce about Pichai Kanchin Dance Company a bit. So we're based in Thai classical dance. We have been practicing for Thai classical dance, which the company started from Pichai Kanchin as an artist, and then he developed a company which has like 6 dancers at the moment. So Julalak and Taj is like one of the members in Pichai Kanchin Dance Company. So right now, Pichai Kanchin Dance Company, we are developing like their own knowledge called which is based on like 4 patterns of Thai classical dance, and right now we called it number 60. So that knowledge became kind of like a base for every dancers in the company to can develop their own choreography, and also continue their work into a contemporary field. So you can see from the work here, they were choreographed by the dancers self. So it's kind of like using the base of the knowledge of Check on dance number 60 to create this piece also. And for this project, we were approached by Kriti Yama. So she was introduced to us by working with technology for the mocap. So this is the first time we all came together to experiment on the mocap as well.
Great. I mean, you meant yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please, if we didn't answer the question, please let me know.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Things going on.
You mentioned that obviously Pishet Klunchun Dance Company works with traditional Thai dance. I mean, how did that work with motion capture? Was there major obstacles that you had to overcome?
Yeah. So actually, what I was observing through multiple projects, working with fine arts and especially dance, there is some middle ground understanding that needs to be understood by both sides, because sometimes we look through it from different perspectives, and we both don't understand overall each other side of view and how they see the work. So this is something that needs to be made understood for both sides. Also, with the understanding about working process, um, and also with fine arts, especially performing art. Personally, after working for a while, I came to see that with performing art, there is another how to say perspective about the philosophy of movement that's I don't know, it's kind of like different from what I can understand from things like visual art or sculpture. So that might be, yeah.
Yeah, great. I mean, obviously, this project was funded for sustainable development, and we were very keen on our teams keeping the equipment that you had and then developing future work with that equipment. Although, I would the future for this project. Yeah, can I? Oh, hi. Sorry, we lost you for a second. You know, as I said, we're heavily reliant upon various different networks here. So I just wanted to ask you quickly, as a final question, really, about where we go next with this. What is the future of this work for you and Pichet Klunshun Dance Company?
Yeah, we still we think about that, and we very excited by the result of this project as well. So we think about how we can further the work in mocap in Metaverse. Also, personally, I also did the further developments from the knowledge that I get from this program already with augmented reality dance with Nora dance.
Great. There was a few questions on the live stream. I mean, I think we need to move to the next performance now, but I'd very much appreciate if you could maybe go on the live stream and answer those questions. Some people are asking about the motion capture technology that was used, how the plants were being controlled, and about the number 60 as a theme as well in the work. So yeah, it would be great if you could go jump on the live stream and field some of those questions. And I think we're ready to move on to the next performance from.
Thank you very much.
Yes, from Sumeda. I think we've got a title card. Right, so this is, we're moving now to India. This is a PhD student in New Delhi, Sumeda Bhattacharya, and she was maybe a little insight into the process here. We gathered about 160 applications from creative technologists and dancers around the world, and then we match-made them together, the selected people. And Sumeda hit it off with Joaquina Salgado from near Buenos Aires in Argentina, and they bonded through a kind of cultural sharing, and you know, this was truly a highly remote collaboration. So we'll go straight into Sumeda's piece, and then we have Joaquina in the room with us today just by pure circumstance. She happened to be working in the country at the moment. So she flew over from Argentina for a project, and so we're very grateful to have her in the room with us, and she'll join me after this dance performance for a little chat, and Sumeda will be on the screen. The performance is called Water Nodes. Okay, yep. So this is a showcase, obviously. You know, maybe I should have explained at the beginning. We're working with inertial sensor motion capture suits. Now these suits are very effective in that they can be used in any location without an optical studio rig. So they're essentially more accessible and affordable than other suits, but they don't have the fidelity sometimes of movement. This is something that this is experimental research process. This is something we're working proactively with, and we don't let it hinder what we're doing in any meaningful way. I would like to ask, I guess we'll have Sumedha joining on the Zoom from India, and Joaquina will come up here and join me. And while we're waiting for Sumedha to share her screen and sound, I mean, it's so great to have
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Also, have right after the session. Oh, I can't hear you guys. Okay, can't hear you.
Yep, we're working on it.
3, 2, 1.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me,
Okay.
Great. Superb.
Oh, wait.
Okay, well, I mean, I would start.
Okay, I see Abshar as well. Okay.
Can they hear
Okay.
me?
Hi.
Hi.
Dan,
So
are you
I guess,
speaking or?
yeah, I can hear you speaking. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, the internet is a wonderful thing.
No,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
Sumedha, if you can hear me, I mean, I've just introduced Joaquina, who's standing next to me in the room, but maybe you could introduce your dancers and collaborators. No.
Dan, we are not able to hear. We
It looks great on the live stream, so you know. Yeah, can you hear me now, Sumedha?
Yes.
Yes, superb.
Can
Okay,
you-
great. So it's a very simple question. First question, I would just like you to introduce your collaborators and their role in the process. I have Joaquina here with me, but I've already introduced her. So.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. Hi everyone in Goldsmiths. Hi everyone in Delhi. Hello everyone in the live stream, wherever you're watching us from, from the Metaverse. I would like to introduce the people behind Water Notes. So, Joaquina, the creative technologist, joining in from you. Is she there? Yes, I can see her.
Yes, she's here.
Abshar. Oh, I can see you now. Okay, Abshar joining us as the choreographer. Supriya joining us as dancer in the project, and Padmanabhan, who is the sound designer. And yes.
Great.
Ooh, okay.
Well, maybe I can maybe I can take you back to March of this year. Can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry. Maybe I can take you back to March of this year, and you can tell us about how you how you bonded with Joaquina over a certain concept that led you into this work.
Sure. Eh, so I think it all began from a conversation about our grandmothers, and that's how the first interaction I remember, and how this entire project built upon just me observing remotely on Zoom as well her Joaquina's tattoo, and I was sharing my own personal experience during that time based on my grandmother. So it actually began from a maternal memory and how the connection with water and the maternal memory is what we carried through over these 7 months. And the texture of water, the quality of water, the womb-like quality of water, and parallelly understanding how even memory is, which it holds, like how water holds, how water contains, it scatters, it dissipates. So just taking the nature of water and also finding those parallels with memory, uh, and particularly maternal memory, evoking it through family archives and somatic improvisation exercises. So I'd like to also hear from Joaquina and the other collaborators of their process and experience with the project, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll hand it over to you, Joaquina. Like, how did that lead you in your creative process?
Hola. Well, I think, as Sume said, we started talking about how the water is the element that carries memories, and yeah, we started talking about ancestors and heritage, like feminine heritage, and how also water is like a feminine, like the symbol of feminine energy. So we tried to think like how that was connected to electricity, because of course we share data and we share the performance through internet, through electricity, and we started thinking about water as a carrier of electricity as well. So it was like, okay, so how this internet non-located performance is also part of a water environment. I've been working a lot with this element, with this kind of concepts in all of my artwork, and it was really nice to find someone who is like on the same tune, on the same page with me. So I think that was the process was really nice and really smooth, and we always took this idea of like the known logic of this element, and we try to build everything from that. Yes.
Great. I mean, one obvious question that we have to ask everyone, and maybe this can go to Abshar as well, is what kind of obstacles did you hit, that were real transformations of your traditional process of creation?
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Actually, that's a question I was kind of waiting to answer already, because something super fascinating that I think I came across while working with this technology was that I find it so profound that the motion capture equipment and technology itself can only work and come to liveness and aliveness when there is movement involved. So when there is a body, and I think that's super interesting for me. But I think, I guess I wouldn't call it an obstacle, but more kind of like a new entry point into reading the body and reading movement in dance, would be that traditionally the environment and the part where the dancer is moving, the narrative, is created through the visualization and imagination of the dancer and the choreographer and the concept. But having the environment actually visible and created is something very new. So it's interesting to see how a dance and body transform when that imaginary thing is actually now pretty present and physically uh, visible to us. So I think, yeah, that's about it. I guess these are just a lot of questions and questions for the future of dance, I find. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a good next question for both of you or all of you really, which is I know I mentioned already, Sumeda, that you're doing PhD research, and how does this carry into the future of your practice, and then that question could go to everyone else as well.
Sure. Eh, I think one of the things definitely is to be able to look beyond the technology as something separate from the body. So in a way, as Akshar also added, like the movement becomes a very important part of the body. The experience behind all these, the choreography itself, the somatic conversations, just those WhatsApp voice notes, the things that the motion capture does not capture, in a way that becomes my career from here on. And in a way, I see this because we've also tried to do a live workshop setting. So in a way, this becomes extended towards not only educational spaces, but also to be able to experience some the things that what like the motion capture can also initiate, which is interactivity with the audience participation becoming a crucial role. So these are some things that I'm definitely been planning on, and how even like the metaphorization of these sensors, these technologies, not something separate. It is almost like in one of our conversations, we actually thought the sensors are breathing, literally like the way they blink. So in some ways, it's also directed towards larger realm of somatic practices, sound practice, and if you want to just add in your thoughts and your experience, even if, yeah, just one example, I think that's very interesting. Oh, yeah, so,
Okay.
so,
Okay. Well,
yeah, just wanted to share.
if Joaquina wants to respond to that question as well, or we'll just. Do you want to say anything? Yep.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, well, for me, I've been working with softwares for a long time now, and working with mocap data, it's like bringing like a layer of humanity to technology, which is really nice. And I think it for me from now on, it's like start thinking my pieces like building bridges between digital and physical, yeah, places. So that's.
Okay, great. We'll wrap it up there. So we're going to take a short break to reset for the next session now, which are 2 UK-based projects. But in the meantime, you can see one of those projects, hopefully, on the live stream, and you can go and experience it in the adjacent room for those who are here with me right now. So we'll be back here in 15 minutes for the second segment. Okay, hi. So we're back for the second segment of our today's afternoon of activities, and this section is, as I said, we were moving through time zones. These two projects are grounded based in the UK. One of them is part of our own team, Clarice Hilton, and the other one is Katie Dale Everett, who was match made in heaven with Erin from Los Angeles, or the Western Seaboard, let's say, and several other people that we will introduce later on. And I'll just hand over them straight away to introduce their work.
Sure. We're going to be moving into the other room. We're very fortunate to be able to set up a live installation of the work that we've put together over the last few months. We'll talk a bit more after the presentation, but Katie is a choreographer. Our background is in technology as well as architecture, so we thought it would be fitting to create a physical installation of the work that we've been doing, which is called Playscape, How to Build a Galaxy, and is into the light, is inspired by using digital media to bring people together and create an environment of play and curiosity and storytelling that can be experienced both virtually and physically. So in the performance, you'll see dancers, two dancers dancing between two horizontal scrims with projections being thrown onto each, kind of exploring their own virtual landscapes that they'll be making through the visuals that we've created together. Do you have anything to add?
Just that we've also made an interactive version of the work, which we'll talk about more in the presentation. But yeah, we've been spending a lot of time developing two different ways to experience the same sort of visuals in different ways. So enjoy.
Great. So they're just going to trigger the performance in the other room, and we'll have a video feed from that room. Can you hear me now? Hear me now? Yep, cool. Okay, so now I have a couple of minutes to kill while Erin and Katie and the dancers join me on the in this room here, and I can hear applause in the next room for their piece, and the audience will be filtering their way through also to join us in this room. But I've got a couple of notes to say about Katie's project. With a concept about intergenerational collaboration and maybe using tech to bring people together instead of using tech to isolate people. So this piece has very much been developed as geared towards vulnerable youth to decrease feelings of isolation through technology. She's been recently successful in gaining Arts Council funding to take this project forward, and you might hear them filtering into the room with me just now to join me up here on my right. Come in. So it's so great to have a built dance installation here, which is really next level. We've done so much screen-based stuff. It's just absolutely wonderful to have this really spatial. To have this really spatial and also interactive. So hopefully later on today we're going to get some audience members suited up and dancing in that installation. And so much of the work that's presented today, if you could just take a step forward, forward into the light. So much of the work today, even though it's being presented by professional dancers, there's so much scope to bring audiences in terms of interaction from any location in the world. That was very much one of our imperatives, but Katie's project, Katie and Erin's project, and the other collaborators who I'll ask you to introduce, really nails that down to a T, this interactive environment that anyone can join from anywhere in the world. But yeah, maybe you'd just like to speak about how you came to this idea together, and yeah.
How much time do we have?
Not much time, about 10 minutes. But
Okay, that's no problem.
Do you want to go straight to that, or try answer them?
No, go ahead and answer.
Okay. So I'm a choreographer. Erin is technologist and lots of amazing things. But I was doing a project for Dance Waking in a children's home, and I find it was a wellbeing project with me and a wellbeing coach, and it was really hard to get them off their computers. They love gaming. They'd come home. It would be after school, and like one time I took in a VR just with the sort of mobile phone input, and they were like putty in my hands, and I thought, well, there's something here around incorporating that sort of gaming play, but using these suits to kind of physicalize and connect, to connect them together in a way that they might be able to interact. And also, there were quite a few arguments during the session, but as soon as they were in the tech, it just all disappeared. So then when I met Erin, I was like, can we create something all about play that will help bring people off their screens into a new screen, but that's physical. And we've actually been doing some testing with some young people that are in sheltered accommodation that would otherwise be homeless. So the Moon, for example, is one of their ideas. His name's Kane, he's brilliant, and I said I'd credit him. So we'll go to the presentation now, I've credited Kane.
Yeah, so I think the presentation is screen sharing. Do you mind holding the mic for me? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we were really excited about this collaboration because of the work that Katie's done in the past related to technology and uplifting communities. My background, as well as my collaborators, Wahe and Matt, who are on the Zoom but are on the West Coast in the United States, we've been working together on several projects over the last 6 or 7 years, working with dancers and seeing how we can create interactive environments for them to be working with both their physical environments as well as their digital environments. We've also, as Dan was mentioning, we also have been so lucky to collaborate with a lot of other amazing people on this project. Maybe you can introduce a few of them.
Should we get them up now? Cool. So this is Gabby and Ed, our dancers. They're much more than dancers as well. They've really helped support me because obviously Erin's been in America all this time, so it's been just us in the studio. So they've supported me. They've learnt the tech. Inputted. So they're more than dancers. Then we have Henry in the room somewhere. He's our brilliant composer. Here's Henry. Whoop, come on up. Joanna, he's our dramaturg. If you want to come up, nope, she's going to stay there. Laura, he's costume, she's watching online. Thank you, they looked amazing, we're really happy. Frances, who's our producer, she should be in the room, here she is. Have I missed anyone?
Huge team.
No, this is our core team, but many more.
Do you guys want to stay up here? You can also sit down if you want to.
We didn't choreograph that bit.
Just to explain, I won't go through all of this, but we were really looking at finding that middle ground between inspiring storytelling and building a narrative, generating curiosity, so using the combination of digital and physical media to create the sense of magic, and finding that world of playfulness that exists in between those two things. In the very beginning, we were inspired by a few different types of work. One, looking at how we can trace movement through animated line drawings, how we can trace time through latent movement, and then also, as Katie had mentioned earlier, just the playfulness of thinking about building your own galaxy or your own landscape. That led us into a process. I'll flash through these, but some of our very, very early sketches, such as this one, tracing the movement of the body, being translated over many, many iterations over the last several months into the recent graphics that you were seeing on the screens outside. But a big unlock for us was when we started looking into these sky graphics and thinking about usually in these gaming environments, you see the avatar or the player in front view, and we really like the idea of seeing the view from above and creating a landscape from above. So created various iterations of a sky, of a kinetic landscape through graphics. And as Dan and Katie had mentioned, we have received additional funding for this and hope to continue this project. This is a milestone, not the finish line. Thinking about how this can be actually in an inflatable structure, so you can really experience those projections as a domed sky above you. Some sketches from that. And of course, a part of the process has been working with the dancer, Katie's work with the dancers out here. Katie can speak to this more than me. But
I was really fortunate to get Arts Council England National Lottery funding to support the project. They were sort of halfway through that project so far, so part of that funding's been used to work with the dancers. Otherwise, because I'm freelance, so I don't have a full-time team. So it's been wonderful to have them, and also all the collaborators. And then what we're doing after this, we're doing a performance on the 25th, actually, of this month at Open Online Theatre. You can watch online and in person. And Clem, who's operating at the back, is also performing that night, so I'd really recommend it, and please do spread the word. And then we're going with the young people that we've been testing with. We're going to take the work to them, so that they can see that and feedback, and then go to the children's home that I mentioned. So there's more going into performances and seeing how that sits within these contexts, and then we need to get more funding. So any ideas, please do come and talk to us.
And just the last thing I'm going to show is thinking about how we've set up our different scenes, starting in the beginning with really thinking about how you associate your physical self with your digital self, recognizing your movement with your avatar's movement, moving into environments that are really about sharing the same landscape and building that together. There are scenes not in the performance that was just shown, but in the interactive version of the piece where you actually have to build things together with your partner. So building a constellation, for example. And then lastly, there's a build at the end that you saw where you're painting the sky with stars in various different ways, creating your own galaxies in the universe. Yeah.
guess I should also actually mention another funder, if we've got time, which is the New Haven Grassroots Fund, which is, so I live in Seaford near Brighton, sort of along the coast, and they did a call out for local artists or organisations to do a project locally. So they're the ones that have helped funded us working at the sheltered accommodation. And actually, not next week, the week after, we're going to their local youth centre as well, to work with different groups there on the project. So it's really important to us that we get as many people in the seats, and we're really grateful to both Dan and the team and Noitom for giving us those seats. So we want to share. Get in touch if you want to have a go. Yeah, thank you.
Like I said, full credits for all of these pieces are on our website, mocapstreamer.live. There's not any questions on the live stream, just a comment. The theme of play was very strong and engaging. Thank you. I mean, maybe we have time just for one question from the audience, if there is any. Otherwise, we'll move on to our next project. If there's any burning questions? No. I think it was very well explained by you. Okay, so I'll say thanks. Thank you. So the next project is ready to go, and again, this is very local to us. Clarice Hilton is one of our research team, and she is a PhD researcher in the computing department here at Goldsmiths. And she's been working with our very long-term collaborator, Neil Coughlin, who's also called Studio Ashik in his creative identity, also known as. And they've been working with dancers from Kandoku Dance Company quite intensively through a long 6-month research process of intensive workshops. So they will introduce the project much better than I ever could after the dance piece. But what we have here is one dancer in the space with us, who's coming in now. And we're actually, even though both dancers are co-located here at Goldsmiths, we're mocking up the remoteness in a way with a video feed from the other room. The idea is that this is absolutely something that you could join in from any place in the world. So I will hand over now to the dancers. We're going to calibrate for the start of this performance on stage.
Spiel now, because I'll do more for the presentation along with Clarice. I want to start putting these sensors onto Susanna. So normally this would be more along the side, along with your kind of trouser line there, but yeah, we're kind of playing with the kind of calibration of it, and you want to keep it in a different place. Well, I guess it's probably helpful for the audience to hear at the moment as we go on mic. Okay, right leg. That's it. There we go. Left leg. you like to calibrate, Suzanne, or are you happy with that pose?
Let's try calibrating and
yeah, okay. Just that, yeah. Okay, so can I get a T-pose, please? And soft pose, please. And finally an A pose, please. And how does that calibration feel for you? Is it feeling better? Yeah? Excellent. Okay. I'm just going to check with Clarice, who's in the other room. So just for context here, for people who are in the stream and on the stream, Clarice is in a separate space altogether with Kat. In the space here on the left screen there, you'll be able to see a feed of Kat in the space there. So they are calibrating at the moment, I believe. And what you'll see in front of you there is our two dancers being streamed, so they're remotely streaming into the same virtual space, and they will be able to interact and dance with each other. So I'm just going to get the go-ahead from Clarice as to whether Kat is okay, and if she is, then we'll go. Okay, I can see her typing. Okay, they're ready. All right.
Good. Thank you. Oh, we lost a few sensors during. Neil didn't put them on very well. So Clarice and Kat are going to join us in a second, and I guess Neil, you're going to come forward also. Yeah. So that's sort yourself out for hydration purposes. But I think it was really interesting there that you started the performance with the calibration process, and as Clarice will explain in determining her own research, I think it was very important to show that as part of the research, right? That, but it also is enlightening to the kind of process that everyone's going through in all of these different countries as well, as we go, as we prepare to perform. Yeah, so please come in. And I have to say, this is some research that really excites me. I think it's asking some very important key questions. You have to stand on the right here about the future of this kind of performance and practice in the metaverse. But I will let Clarice, whose project this is, explain her own research.
Hello. I'm not exactly sure what Dan has said already, but this has been part of my PhD research. We've done a series of workshops together, exploring what disability-centered design could look like with immersive technology. And we were looking at the mocap suits a lot, and what we found was that they really force you into a very normative kind of body, both in what they expect you to be when they're taking in the data from your body, but also what they put out as the visualization of your body. It's all extremely normative. So we were starting from a place where we wanted to just break that down and look at what you could do beyond the body. And we also thought a lot about what the emotional effect of that was as well, when you're really forcing people to fit this very, very strict kind of body type. And so this came out of a few workshops that we've done together, looking at what we would like our bodies to be able to do in the virtual world, looking at completely non-human forms. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything to that.
Yeah. I guess, yeah, as like in terms of designing all these kind of elements in the 3D space, I'm being beckoned to step forward. There we go. All these kind of strange elements in the 3D space. We were just looking at kind of ways of presenting that, I guess, like objects and things that we can start to, like mixing organic forms and mechanical forms together, and also in a kind of textural way. We thought about kind of the ASMR kind of effects of certain elements too. So I think one of the elements towards the end, we called it balloon, which is that kind of weird kind of shape that kind of moves around. The way that kind of moves also has a bit of a feeling attached to it as well. We've got it all stand forward again. There we go. We're just edging closer to the audience now. And so yeah, that's just been part of the design process. And yeah, I guess I'll hand over to you both.
Yeah, I'm still like in that world. So, and what you just said about feeling, like that is what stayed with me very strongly. It feels like it captures feeling and sensation and form, which is really beautiful for me to experience as somebody that has witnessed so much normativity in dance and has worked really hard to reframe dance as embodiment and as feeling and sensation. So to see that visualized, it gives so much information, and there's so much to say, but some of us are coming to this type of research already as cyborgs and already knowing what it is to use technology in dance. So I think the layers are really vast, and it helped me to reframe and work with a lot of things that I find very difficult, being forced into certain positions in order to appear correct or right, and all of the implications of that related to eugenics type thinking of body types. Loads to say.
Okay, what do I have to add? I think, I guess I'm bringing a normative body to this process, but I'm kind of coming from a neurodivergent perspective and a sensory sensitivities perspective. And the first time I interacted with any of this technology, that felt like it took all of my coping strategies away in terms of how I feel grounded, how I learn about, or like movement and learning about processes. So it's been a journey of figuring out how to put those coping mechanisms back into it. I guess for both of us, that's been the process. Yeah, and this thing about feeling full experience, working with textures, and yeah, I think that's been a big part of it.
I'll just take the mic, but not come in shot. But there's one question on the live stream, which I think is interesting, what you're talking about, textures and things. Is it, do the dancers control the shape? In the research process, how were you involved in devising your own representation on screen?
Okay, so yeah, I think we've both along the way contributed like what works for us, and for me that's been about what helps me to not get stuck in I think there's like a way of holding the body that can feel quite rigid that happens automatically when engaging with the sort of very normative avatars. And so it was about finding the things that helped me to release into a feeling body, as we've been saying. So for me, it was helpful to have parts that kind of moved a little bit of their own accord, so that there was a little bit of conversation, dialogue between me and, I don't know, a balloony structure or a ball structure that kind of bounces a little bit. Yeah, there was something about that then felt like I was becoming an animated being rather than a like very rigid stick person. Yeah, so that's what helped me.
I can remember one of the sessions we used Tilt Brush, which you'll be able to explain what that is much better than I, but we were in a virtual space and we had access to different materials that we could then paint, build a manifestation of ourselves, an avatar for sure. And that was such a beautiful experience for me. I felt so emotional after it, just having access to all of these different options to move away from this corporeal form and reveal parts of myself in different ways that are less beholden to the physical space we find ourselves in. So I held that in my mind, like from that point on, and then Neil took everything that we have worked with and was like, here are some beautiful options. Tell me what you like and what you don't like, what colours work. Do you want sounds to be attached to the movement? Do you want the yellow blobby thing to be attached to your head? It was about holding all of those options, I think, like the possibilities. We've talked a lot about possibilities and multiplicities of humans and trying to capture some of the essence of that.
I think just to add to that, like in terms of how we then are trying to represent the body in terms of what we're getting into the computer, it's rather than just being like a kind of normative body as we'd see in kind of original T-pose, we're trying to create new streams of data, back and forth again. New streams of data where, for instance, if you imagine an invisible line between your foot and your hand, and then that line then has a center point. So then if that center point becomes a new joint, and then you can attach this to that new joint, and then what if your head and your foot have got a new joint that's like somewhere here, and you start creating all these new kind of joint chains, and you attach new things to those joint chains. Thanks, Metaverse. Yeah, loads of new joint chains, new kind of body parts, extra limbs, taking reference inspiration from other animals and like their kind of joint chains, like a scorpion tail. How does a scorpion tail work? And attaching those to body parts, and yeah, the possibilities are endless now. So we've only just scratched the surface of it. Yeah, nicely hand back to Clarice.
Yeah. So this is the beginning of a research project. This is kind of a work in progress, which is off of like such a short amount of time of actually making something. And what we really want to explore more with is like taking what movements or what things that the body does controls different things in the environment. So we'll explore more with maybe heartbeat and other things that your body does, and also controlling other things, so parts of the environment, the sounds, and developing it into a fuller, longer piece. I also just wanted, before we stop, to give a shout out to Ted and Paulina, and who are also part of the process and had also been part of the workshops that we did as well. And yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Okay. So, sorry, I'll step in here. So now we're going to take another 15-minute break, and in the other room, we're going to have a little bit of audience participation if anyone wants to jump into the mocap suit for the next 15 minutes, and then we're back here for 2 projects from Malta to New York and also in Brazil, in the southern Brazil. So I'll see you here in 15 minutes. the program this afternoon. And we are going directly to Malta for the next one. This is a project led by creative technologist Letta Storin. I think I've got it right. What's that? Oh, Brazil. Okay, sorry. We're starting, so this is a bit slightly different format this session. We have two dance companies within the same research project in Brazil. The first one is Anima Dance Company. The creative technologist on this one is Pedro Rocha. Then we'll go to Malta. Then we will return to the second group of dancers, the second dance company in Brazil, and then we'll do the Q&A for that one as well. So we have Malta, Letta, sandwiched in between two Brazilians. So I will hand over to Anima. This is the first piece called Weaving Through the Space Masks. Okay, yeah, that was the first piece from Brazil, but we'll do the Q&A for both dance companies together after we have done the next piece, which is, as I said earlier, prematurely, is by Leta Storin, who is a Ukrainian national at the University of Malta, also studying a PhD there. This piece, I think my introduction for this piece is it's based on some Maltese mythology about sort of troglodyte mutant cave dwellers. There's an idea of mutation that goes into this. It's called Monstrous Encounters. And this is bringing dancers Rebecca Heathcote from Coventry University together with Lena Wolf in New York and Florinda Camilleri in Malta as well. So this is a truly remote connection with 3 different dancers in 3 different locations congregating together in a Maltese cave system. So I'm looking for my prompt. Are we good to go? No, I have to keep talking. Okay, so we're doing pretty damn well so far, even though I do apologize for the slight blinks of the screen. This is to do with the software that you were using to disperse the images both onto the live stream and onto the screens in the room. Audio is a different matter altogether. Again, it's an incredibly complex structure of siphoning audio from the room next door and from multiple different locations around the world. And that really speaks to some of the complexity at the heart of this project, which has been very much playing it by ear a lot of the time and inventing new processes and new solutions to remote collaboration. Yeah, so the question from the audience was, is that something that 5G could potentially help with? I mean, yes, but it's always filtered through an abundance of different softwares that haven't necessarily been built to work together. We often have, we've spoken a lot about also moving into the realms of using more machine learning as well as bringing that into the mix. Most of the work you see here today has been created in Unity and Unreal, but we're aware there's other different platforms, Notch, amongst others. But yeah, we provided our artists with a set of toolkits built for Unity and Unreal, and we guided them through our creative process that we've gone through and the problems that we faced. But yeah, I mean, internet, surprisingly, obviously, Zoom has been our best friend through this entire research process, and actually getting onto the Zoom and sharing the work has not been that much of a problem. It's never, we've communicated quite well through these means. Are we ready to go yet? 1 minute more. Interestingly, Leta was informed about 1 hour before the performance, this showcase performance, that there's a huge electrical storm and a national power cut in Malta, which So it's not just technical issues we're having to deal with here and network issues, it's also acts of God. But the work is absolutely beautiful when we have a chance to see it. I mean, our project partner, Target 3D, who's provided a lot of the infrastructure for this event today, they're really innovating the area of motion capture and also in combination with 5G, just to go back to your question. Yeah, and they've got this 5G virtual production studio that they're operating in their new premises. We good to go? No. Okay, I'm not sure what else I can say. Okay, so yeah, okay, I can talk about the streamer. The project is called Goldsmiths Mocap Streamer, and that is a piece of software that we built ourselves to bring dancers from remote locations into metaverse type spaces. Now, you can, there's lots of different definitions of what a metaverse actually is. Some people say that it doesn't exist yet. Other people say there's already multiple metaverses. For me, that boils down to a question of how many people coming together in a virtual space constitutes a metaverse. But obviously it's a concept that's been in public consciousness. And while we framed it initially through streaming or telematic work, now we frame it roughly through this concept of shared virtual metaverse type space. And that certainly is key in this project. Now you might have noticed that many of the dancers today are actually in the same physical space together. And that is maybe a finding of this research project, which is that actually the pragmatics of collaboration across global time zones was actually it diluted the quality of the work, so to speak. So whilst everything that's being presented today is actually using Goldsmiths Mocap Streamer, as if the dancers were remote, a lot of the time the dancers and the choreographic process actually happened in the same room with each other, with this piece being the key exception, which was a truly remote collaborative development piece, which we can talk about afterwards in the Q&A. Yeah. So the question was where is the image being generated? Now, all the way through the research process, the images have been generated on the machine of a creative technologist. Now, we're very lucky to have Letta in the room with us today and Joaquina just by pure circumstance. But all the way through the research process, they've been generating the images in Buenos Aires, in Malta, and then sharing that image through Zoom. And you know, there's a new tool, a Zoom ISO, that we're using today that allows you to pick up a feed from Zoom at 1080 resolution. So it's a higher quality. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Otherwise, in previous iterations, we have sort of used a cloud server to bring the images. The nuances of this is, of course, that the dancer needs to receive the image and sound at the same time. So they're synchronized in the movement. You know, on the live stream, there's about a 30-second delay, but the Zoom is key here for allowing the dancers to have image and sound at exactly the same time as the other things. But there are various solutions to that which we have explored. But today, spread across about 6 different time zones, this was the solution that we came up with for today. Of course, maybe in the future we would use a cloud computer to generate all the images. Are we good to go? Okay. What is that question? Okay. So yeah, the question in the chat: how can we access these tools as individual artists? I mean, our Mocap Streamer tool is open source. It's Arts and Humanities Research Council funded research, and therefore everything that we do produce should be open source. And we provided manuals for use of that as well, which are completely open access. Obviously, Unreal and Unity are the graphics programs that we're using to generate the images, and those are widely available and free for individual artists and users. Yeah, anyone. Our priority within this research is always to create accessibility and affordability with the tools that we're using. There is a lot of motion capture in the games industry and the films industry that is of extremely high quality but completely inaccessible to individual artists or even small companies. the genius of this inertial motion capture sensor suit made by our project partner, Noiton. Even though there are many inertial sensor motion capture suits now and other optical, artificially intelligent motion capture systems come onto the market. But the beauty of the systems we're using is they are affordable and accessible. Well, relatively affordable for a small company or a well-heeled individual, I would say. So, you know, they describe it themselves as democratizing mocap away from these big, inaccessible studio systems. So yeah, we've tried to build, and it's certainly on the theme of the funding call that we got money for this residency program, is sustainable development, accessibility, inclusivity from multiple different angles, and something that people can take and run with them. It's so important to us to allow the artists to keep the motion capture suits and develop them for their own future work, which is why I'm always asking them about where they're going to go next with this kind of work. But what we've also tried to do in this project is build a really nice community, a supportive community on the different social channels like Discord and in Zoom Meets is a genuine artistic community that's bubbled up, supporting each other, solving each other's problems. I'll just see if there's any other questions. Not really. So, is this to do with the electrical storm in Malta? Yeah, I think people have heard enough of me talking. Also, I hate speaking on behalf of all the other artists, if you know what I mean, because for me, this research project as principal investigator is not about me imposing my artistic will upon anybody. It's really about saying, take this, see what you can do with it on your own terms and according to your own needs. And I think we've seen some beautiful examples of that today so far. Not radio, I don't have to fill all the dead space. I think, I mean, this is, yeah, I think we got them because they're project partners. They've been enormously helpful, and they gave us the suits at a discounted price, but I believe they're about $3,500. And obviously it was very key for us to give the collaborating artists 2 suits instead of just 1, because you know, the liveness is essential. Of course, a lot of people would use these suits to pre-record data and create something beautiful and fix the data so it's all perfect and seamless. And that's mostly the work that is done with these kinds of suits. So we really, you know, for us, the priority is liveness. If it's pre-recorded, it loses something. You know, even if it's imperfect, even if there's a glitch, for us, it's the direct live interaction between the dancers that is the magic here. And if you take that away, then you can have something that is simply pre-rendered, or so that's why we, you know, we really wanted to present live work today. Of course, liveness brings its own difficulties. Yeah. You want one more question? Well, it all depends on the funding, doesn't it? You know, we try to. We started small. We created our own projects. We go up a notch, and then we spread it out. You know, through this international network. Where do we go next? There's many exciting things that we're presently discussing. Lots of funding strategies across the UK, specifically the UK immersive economy, they call it. You know, trying to boost that and the Britain's UK's global position in terms of immersive tech, and that comes with a lot of hot air as well at the same time. as I said, we took this to this kind of debate to South by Southwest this year, which was of course dominated by NFTs and crypto bros and stuff like that. And also, I think Mark Zuckerberg was actually a keynote speaker at South by Southwest in 2022. And we just really want to come at this with a different kind of point of view. They have this vision of a social or domestic or workplace metaverse, and we want to create this vision of the metaverse or the future metaverse as a place of creative collaboration. So we're good to go on the Malta project. So it's called Monstrous Encounters, and as I say, it takes us into an underground mythical cave space in Malta, grounded in Maltese myth and legend. So please do enjoy this.
Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves, lest we be scattered abroad on the face of the whole earth. Come, let us build ourselves a city. Come, let us build ourselves a city. Come, let us build ourselves a city.
Okay, so clearly we did lose a dancer there due to the huge electrical storm in Malta, but we were joined there by Rebecca Heathcote and Lena Wolf, and hopefully Letta Storen will come and join me down here for a quick chat. Obviously she just had a very stressful time prior to that performance. That's always the way, that always breaks directly before performance. So yeah, I guess we're Florinda Camilleri, the dancer she was not able to join us.
Florinda was able to join us.
Oh, I didn't see. So.
The dancer in New York wasn't able to join us.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. I couldn't see the screen. Internet said no. Okay, well that's great. Okay, I believe she's Florinda's in your house. Can they hear me? Can you hear me? Yep. Can we hear them?
Hi.
Oh, hi. There you are. Great.
Hi, Dan.
nice to know you're with us. Lena's finally with us, but she couldn't take part in the. You can speak though about the process at least.
It's really great.
Okay, well, I'll go to Letta first and just ask you to quickly explain where. I know you started with the concept of light, and then ended up in the cave systems of Malta. So maybe you can just explain conceptually what the basis for the work was.
So we started with the concept of light, and then, went into the cave systems. And also looked at the kind of isolated life forms. It's the kind of concept I worked with before, and we kind of thought also with the dancers, basically talking all together about it really helped us out. We looked at sort of experiences, this kind of transformation that happens in isolation, the sort of inner psychological transformation, and then when you come out of isolation of this contained cave system or any other, how do you kind of relate to other people? How do you share your experiences? So the whole piece is really about these life forms that have transformed, and then now they meet each other, and they're a bit scared, they're kind of aggressive, they don't know what the other life forms actually have to offer, and then, yeah, they sort of try to build something new with this. Right. And I hope dancers can speak more about it, because Florinda developed dramaturgy for this.
Maybe Florinda, you want to speak to the dramaturgy of the piece and your role in developing that?
Yes, sure. Well, I very much fed off what Letta just mentioned, and we kind of created a bit of three sections. Initially, where our characters have kind of just landed in this world and are trying to rationalize it in their own way through their own bodies. Eventually, they start to become aware of each other and start to try to interact. And then eventually they become aware that they're being watched by someone, something, some spirit, which for us is Lois, the woman going into these underground chambers. And they're aware of this gaze and they start to interact with it somehow. At first, they're quite threatened, and slowly they kind of ease up and almost dance with the gaze. So it's been really fun to try to play with this kind of receiving and giving of the gaze in another world than the physical one. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Flo. So the other two dancers that are with us now, Rebecca is I think first time in mocap, and then Lena Wolf is an expert, a long time collaborator with people. So I've got a couple of questions, I guess, for them about the experience. Rebecca, we'll start with you. But how's the process been for you in working with Letta, but also with mocap for the first time? Oh, we can't hear you, I don't think, Rebecca. Maybe, I mean, it should all be in the same Zoom call.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we can hear you now. No. Sorry, we still can't hear you. I'll go to Lena then. Lena, I'm so sorry we couldn't see you dance there because of internet problems.
We have a lot of data.
Yeah, but maybe you can tell us, I mean, A, what the process was like for you, but also why this kind of work is clearly very important to you.
So I come from a background of dance and tech, and so being able to utilize the body in digital spaces and actually just understand and push the boundaries of what we can do as dancers and technologists is really, really interesting and important to me, and what kind of leverage we can use as creatives to push technology forward. So it's this endless cycle of innovation that I think is just so great, seeing everything that's happening here. And then obviously coming up against tech issues of, well, how do we navigate all of that? Like as performers and then as technologists, and what happens if something goes wrong? Okay, what can we learn from it and move forward? But this has been a very, very interesting process of being able to collaborate with people so remotely, and dancers I've never met before, technologists I've never met before, and then finally being able to connect in a physical space. It almost gives you an out-of-body experience as a performer to feel the textures in your mind and to interact with somebody who is thousands of miles away. So motion capture is incredibly important. And then also just the accessibility of all of it, that we've been able to do this from our homes, is crazy, crazy cool to me.
Thank you. Do we have any audio from Rebecca yet? I don't know if you can say something, Rebecca. No. How frustrating. We can't hear you. Yeah, going back to Lena, again, just on that point, I mean, it does feel like, are we at the beginning of something, or are we in the middle of something?
I think we're kind of on the precipice of a huge wave. That this is something that a lot of people, including myself, have been pushing for over a decade now, of accessibility and interest and innovation and Now, I think with the pandemic, there has been a lot of push for us to innovate very, very quickly, especially in these disparate places. So what Letta was talking about earlier of the just even the character development of being in isolation and how do we find that, and what this project was born from, of being in isolation and finding reconnection again. It's all kind of a huge wave pushing forward. So this right now is still right at the top of it, where accessibility and interest are starting to peak, and then it's going to just take off exponentially in the next 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point to make. You know, we still are at the beginning stages, but framed by concepts of the metaverse, you know, over the next 5 years, this will explode. And what does that mean for you, Letta? Because you are mid PhD in the Department of Computing, Digital Arts at Malta University. So now you have a collaborative relationship with Flo in Malta also. Where are you going to go with this next?
Well, that's like too long to to talk about. No, but the next thing for this project, actually, we want to do it as a VR piece, and I'm sort of quite interested in the collective VR, so it would be great if all of you could visit it in VR when it's done, and then the dancers would be dancing and also the audience. That's just the next step for this piece, actually. And now we know what will not work and what will work, so just go around these technical issues. Yeah,
great.
That's next.
Yeah. And I know there's already lots of great work, including by our own Clémence Debeg, who's running things at the back of the room here today with Lina in VR, and so follow that work also on our website and her own website, which is Unwired Dance. And we'll move on to the next piece now. Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry we couldn't hear from you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
And yeah, so we're going to move. Oh, it's coming through now. Oh, well, it's too late. Sorry. We do need to move on to the very final piece, which is from Afro Soul Dance Company. The first Brazilian piece was by Anima Dance, which is led by a very famous choreographer in Brazil, Eva Schul. And now we move to the Afro Soul group of dance, led by the other very famous choreographer in southern Brazil called Yara Diodoro. And we'll have a chance to speak to that research project, which is based in the Universidade Federal do Rio Grande Sul, which I had to memorize. So we'll go to them now, if that's okay. No, I need to fill some more space. Okay. They're just lining up. But this is a research center based in that university, led by Monica Dentas. And the creative technology in this project is Pedro Rocha. And this is, both these pieces are deeply grounded in the choreographic practices of these very famous Brazilian choreographers who have very much shaped the atmosphere of dance in southern Brazil, as far as I understand. We'll have a good chance to talk about that afterwards, I believe. Are we good to go? Almost. I think everyone's heard enough of my own voice, not least me. We got a 2-for-1 from Brazil, 2 dance pieces. Yep, great, let's go.
Oxum, deusa das fontes e regatos, Iansã, dona dos ventos, mulher de Xangô, Odoiá, senhora mãe d'água, Nanã, mãe de todos os orixás. as entidades femininas que sincretizam o misticismo, afoxé, afrosul, afrosul. São as entidades femininas que sincretizam o misticismo, afoxé, afrosul. Odoiá, Oiemanja, Eparre, Oiansan, Oxum, Oraiê, Oxum, Inanã, Salubá, Odoiá, Oiemanja, Eparre, Oiansan, Oxum, Oraiê, Oxum, Inanã, Salubá, Inanã, Salubá, Salubá, Inanã, Salubá, Salubá. Alma negra é o couro apanhando, tambor de lata comendo, falando. É o corpo dançando, é cultuar a natureza, conviver em equilíbrio ecológico com plantas e animais. Preservar tudo que é vida, curar dos outros a ferida e não cobrar. Ser solidário e guerreiro, compartilhar o terreiro a quem puder ajudar. Alma negra é o couro apanhando, tambor de lata comendo, falando. É o corpo dançando, é cultuar a natureza, conviver em equilíbrio ecológico com plantas e animais. Preservar tudo que é vida, curar dos outros a ferida e não cobrar. Ser solidário e guerreiro, compartilhar o terreiro a quem puder ajudar. Alma negra é o couro apanhando, tambor de lata comendo, falando. É o corpo dançando, é cultuar a natureza, conviver em equilíbrio ecológico com plantas e animais. Preservar tudo que é vida, curar dos outros a ferida e não cobrar. Ser solidário e guerreiro, compartilhar o terreiro a quem puder ajudar. Tem que ter muita fé, não adianta ter só a cor. Tem que ter no sangue batuque pulsando gelo nas veias. Ser simples, ter paz, fazer muito amor.
Okay, so that was the last dance presentation of the day. I mean, hopefully there's enough content. A bit too much chat from me, maybe, but some great dance pieces, and hopefully both Anima Dance, Afro Soul Dance, and the creators of the piece will be joining us very soon on the screen. I know, there's quite a lot of them. Yep. Okay, you're on mute, so if you can unmute, I'll be able to hear you. Yeah. A lot of moving of chairs and such like. This is a big group, obviously, crossing two different dance companies. We're almost at the end, so please, no more major takeout. Maybe we won't use Zoom next time, eh? Maybe we'll splash out on a big cloud server. Mm-hmm. Okay, if you're unmuted, and can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, great, and we can hear you. Thank you so much. Oh, look, so many people. Such great to see all your faces together. So I guess the first question I would have for you would have to be for Monica, who brought us all together here today, and it would be to like you are a research group based at the University Federal of Rio Grande do Sul, and you're working with these two very established and well-known choreographers in Brazil. So what drew you to work with motion capture, to work with these choreographers?
Yes, so we have a project with documenting and archiving dance. So we started to look for another ways of archiving dance and dance movements. So this project began with Eva Shu, who works with contemporary dance, and we had a lot of, we would like to work also with Yara Deodoro, because these two choreographers, they are very important in our country, in Brazil also, and very different styles, different techniques, and they have been building a whole poetics with technique and a whole vision of dance. And so when I had the opportunity to apply to this Goldsmith project, I just said to myself, I have to work with them both.
Great. I mean, I guess you need to do a little bit of translation now, since we're not all English speakers. But you mentioned there that both choreographers have a very specific style. I mean, how did that work with the motion capture, working with motion capture and trying to capture the nuances of quite unique styles, within that practice?
Yeah, I think Eva can answer, and then Yara is going to answer, and I'm going to translate.
I think it was a very exciting challenge to create an environment with the space mass that we could move to movement with technology, making it real, making it touchable, not only a concept, but making it reality. It was very, very interesting to do this. We worked a lot with different kind of challenges because the mass should be light enough to move, but it has to make it not a compact space. Then how long one thread to the other should be, so they could move really, not only when by themselves, but when we move them. This was a little hard to accomplish, but it was very interesting to go there.
Great.
Just to add something at the start. One of the challenges trying to follow the concept, maybe it was to understand how the space, the mass surrounding the avatars could translate the movements and creates that visuality for the interaction and adds a new way to see how the choreographies and the techniques from the choreographer already have worked. And I think the final show was truly an experience in a laboratory to try to translate the dancing concepts to the metaverse and the digital world. I think Yara.
Yara is going to talk in Portuguese and we're going to translate.
That's great.
So you can say a little bit of Portuguese, okay?
Yeah.
Eu acho que eu e mais dificultou. Também não foi uma dificuldade, né? Mas que nos tivemos que nos deter mais foi em relação ao estilo da dança, que é mais frenético e movimentos de contração, como é que posso dizer? Mais dinâmicos, né? E mais forte, aonde aonde era mais difícil de captar. Mas eu acho que não tivemos tantos problemas assim, né? Enfim, solucionados.
She said that the most difficult part from the translation of the Fosun's technique was the dancing movements. They are strong and frenetic. They are contracted and flexible ways of showing the movement. And one of the main detail that I think it was good to work, and Yara said, it was maybe the hip technique is very used in the dance from the African diaspora. So even the artifacts that we use, the skirts and the fabric skirts, they help us to show and to emphasize these movements, this kind of body language.
Maybe because there's just one intro in the hip, and then our movements are so, how do I say, complex.
Yeah, they are complex. We tested different ways
show these complex movements from all the body, the spine part of the body, the hip, and AHRC uses a lot of this. And this was a challenge, and also I think it was really grateful to try to translate and create in this concept.
Great. So yeah, maybe last question. I mean, is there any questions on the live stream? No, just compliments. Just compliments on the live stream. But I guess the last question is for is Monica again. Maybe, you know, this started as an archive project, you know, you say, and then you've ended up in this place creating maybe new work in new ways. Are they frozen? Maybe they can hear me still. So I would ask them where the future of this project goes for them. What happens next?
Okay, so the two suites, they have been donated to our university. So to the next year, I would like to have more dancers and other choreographers trying that, but also try to build a web in Brazil. People are starting. I know there are people in Rio de Janeiro, for example, working with mocap to do more biomechanical research in dance. But I'm going to try to build a Brazilian network to use mocap. And also we have projects with Yara. AHRC is going to be 50 years. And the big show to celebrate this is going to be from the roots to the future. So we're going to build something regarding the future using mocap technology also. And also with Anima, we are going to try to develop more projects with choreographies that are ready and try to recreate and to create other works also. And also, as we are in a university and we have a PhD and master program, we also are going to start to do biomechanical research with dance and biomechanical research with this this technology also. Okay, the perceptual neuron.
That's really great, and as I know from first-hand experience, it's really hard to get technology to Brazil, but hopefully things will improve in the future in terms of that. And congratulations also on your election result. I'd just like to say that. Yay!
Thank you.
Well, that's really it. Thank you very much for all of this. I have a few thank yous to say, obviously, at my end. So just to wrap up the live stream and our program for today, obviously I would like to thank the AHRC for funding our program and for allowing us to bring together this wonderful community of artists through their funding program. I'd like to thank, obviously, Being Human Festival for elevating what we're doing today through their platform. Target 3D is not only a project partner to us, but they've really provided so much of the infrastructure and support for today out of the goodness of their hearts, and I consider them now to be close friends as well. So a special, special thank you to Alan and Dan at Target 3D, and Josh, of course, who's here in the room with us and has been helping us over the past few days. I'd also like to thank our other project partners, Maven Koo at Akram Khan Company, who's really been a leader throughout all of our research, going back to working with, strangely, with Florinda Camilleri in Malta and from like 2015 onwards. Alexander Whitley, who we continue to collaborate with a lot, and of course Noitom, the makers of the suits. I would like to thank all of our teams for bearing with us. I mean, you can see that this was a process. You know, we really wanted it to be a 6-month process, so we could really spend some time with these people, and I really feel very close to them, and you know, they really engaged with this fully collaborative and open spirit of the residency program and produced really, really fine work. Of course, I have to thank my own absolutely brilliant team, who we could not do this without. We have Neil Coughlin at the back of the room. We have Clémence de Bègue running everything, the gaffer, the ruler, without whom I couldn't do anything. Ashley Noel-Hurst doing the sound at the back of the room, and also Clarice Hilton, who of course you met earlier today. And I really hope to be able to stay with these people and continue to collaborate with them in any different ways. What's that? I would just like to say there's full credits for all of the work today on our website, which is mocapstreamer.live, and do follow us on Instagram and see what happens next with this project and this funding and this community of artists. So I'd like to thank you, the audience, for being here and putting up with me talking at you for such a long time, and for staying with us all day. And let's wrap up with the live stream. There's a little bit more. A little bit more dance work going on in the adjacent room just as we play out for the end of today, in case anyone wants to carry on or jump into mocap and do that. All right, thank you so much.